Make sure that
It's blurry, unfortunately. Yeah, we won't have any choice with that. I looked around.
aren't super clean either.
Yeah.
What about those, remember they were talking for a while between Montreal and Toronto, the magnetic high speed?
It's still in discussion. I mean, the government certainly wants to back it and wants to do it. They want the ability to get from Montreal to Toronto in 3 hours.
Yeah,
Like
that was greenlit.
Put
Yeah.
cargo on it.
Yeah.
Had these tubes going all over with cargo. Maybe someday at the bottom of the ocean we'll be like, beep, and then it just shoots across.
We're talking like those 1950s grocery stores where they used to put the
Two levels.
canister
Yeah.
go through the thing there, yeah.
Like at Costco when they put the money
Yes, yes, like exactly, yes.
The two, yeah.
Should we be sailing to the edge of Toronto? Oh, this is okay. I thought that was your company's name.
No. But yeah, the other one too is automation. Yeah, so unmanned vessels. Which I think that would also scare a lot of people. There's a lot of convincing to do still.
I'm sure. Yeah. You have to be really sure that the technology is like back it up because.
We've had a few recent mishaps with the ships hitting the bridges and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure the public's ready for that.
Blackouts, yeah.
And just
Although,
seeing
you know,
the new taxis, the self-drive taxis. I've seen
The way
Yeah.
bad stories.
Yes.
So it's like maybe
People
we
get
figured
paid
that
when they
out
were
first.
first coming out.
Yeah, exactly. Let's figure that out.
they're kind of
Go
cool.
bigger.
They're really cool. You know, you're gonna want it's really
I have
cool.
not. It scares the out of me.
We're still in San Francisco. I'm not sure in Montreal with potholes. You know,
Oh my
stuff
God,
like
yeah.
that.
Yeah. I saw also when they first came out like a video of someone that lived near a parking where they would park, and it was like one night where basically one was trying to back up, but it kept sensing that there was something behind it, so it was triggering an alarm, and then all the other alarms were going off. So it was just kind of like one car stuck, and then like 5 others kind of like responding to that car. So when he was trying, he's like, it's 11 p.m. I'm trying to sleep, and it's like yeah. There's a loud sound. Yeah, I did not see that.
Yeah, it's part of the transition.
Yeah, exactly. For learning. And is there a reason you decided to go into this field, or just kind of?
First, I graduated through global economic crisis.
Cool, good
Spent
times.
a long time looking for a job, and then CSL called me, and I was like, oops. I had applied to 10,000 places. And so I started in it, I was like, oh, this is super cool. It's like very
Yeah. It's very interesting.
It's work all over the world.
That's very nice. And you do cross, because so we're in the vessels, right? But do you have some vessels that go across to Europe back to the United States?
No, so like the great big Canadian flag vessels, but you can do Canada,
Yeah.
Canada, US,
Yeah.
or US, Canada.
Okay.
But you can't do US, you're protected by
Got it.
US flag vessels. And then Europe, we stay within Europe.
Within Europe.
Australia, on the coast of Australia. And then in the Americas, we have up and down the east coast. Canada, US, and South America.
So then you have to deal with other companies that do their own crossing.
It's not our competition.
Okay.
No, because we are, that's why we have these self-limited. They're a lot more expensive. And they turn around so fast because of that.
The customer say that wants to ship something from Saskatchewan to Rome. They have to broker deals with each of the different providers, you across Canada, for transit lines, and then send them to Europe. So there's no
No, I don't have logistics end to end if they hire them, but we seldom deal with that. A lot of times they have their own departments within it.
those are
So the-
so you're not dealing with like these brokers between
Rarely, very rarely. Yeah, direct to, we're in the long-term business of shipping and we do direct.
I never thought about shipping before, so it's really cool.
Yeah.
Out of sight, out of mind, no one's in.
Oh, they're never out of sight. I can switch the word, so I'm always
Yeah?
next to one, you know, I see CSL ships. Big boys.
White Side Showers.
Yeah. Do you live in Point?
No, I live in Verdun, so.
Oh, yeah.
Not too far. Yeah.
Who's the one with the big
Here's the
hair?
data.
Algoma.
Here's the data.
Yeah, that's
ask people to
competitor on the Great Lakes, but our partner
graphics and dashboards, or like just pulling raw data
How
and
does that work?
Um,
It's different divisions.
different divisions.
So you're not doing
I mean, it still runs up to the same CEO, but then
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
different.
So I have someone assigned
It's
to
a
me.
different
I have an
organization.
internal
It's
system.
just-
Yeah, you can work on these too.
Essentially that.
Like kids used to be petrified of those ownerships.
Really?
I'm a horrible dad, but like when they were really young, I used to tell them that that shit will round up bad children.
That's actually hilarious.
So they would see the big bear and then, oh no, we lost. They still laugh at it.
Nothing is
Hi there. Good morning. I'm Mason. I'm Mason. Nice to meet you. Michael. Nice to meet you. Mason. Michael.
Casey, nice to meet you. Casey, I'm Alex. Michael and Alex, nice to meet you.
Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone slept well last night. I just want to let you know that my name is Axel and I will be your timekeeper for the day. Before we continue, I'd just like to confirm that this is in fact Team B. I will show you your warning signs when there are 10, 5, 2 minutes, and 30 seconds remaining, like so. Once a 10-second countdown is up, I will say stop, after which the team must stop talking immediately. Afterwards, a 10-minute Q&A period will follow. I would like to remind you that all teams must present for a minimum of 15 minutes, and all team members must speak during the presentation, but not necessarily during the Q&A period. Audience members, we ask that you please place your phones on silent mode and remain seated in the room for the duration of the full presentation and Q&A period. I will now let the judges introduce themselves, and once they are done, you may begin your presentation. Off to you, judges.
Hi everyone, good luck. Rui Lopez, Electra.
Good luck as well. My name is Stephanie Lingo. Work for CSL.
Hi, I'm Audrey Johnson from Eventco. Good luck, everyone.
Hi, Thomas Ashton from CH. Good luck.
Ashku from Brahma. Good luck.
It's nice to meet you all. My name is Francesca. I'm here with Mason, Casey, and Michael, and today we're going to be telling you about how we are really standing on the edge of tomorrow with CSL. We're going to be implementing edge computing to redefine what it means to be a sustainable shipping company. So first, we're going to walk you through the situation. What are we looking at? A bit of strategic recommendation. How do we actually implement this strategy, and our bottom line risks and financials. So first, into the situation.
Yeah. Hi guys. I want to start by outlining the current situation for CSL. What stuck out to us? First, we see a huge divide between the customer's willingness to pay and the shift of the industry towards sustainable trends. And this is definitely a bridge we want to begin to get. Now, we also see that biodiesel fuels are operating at a 12% premium. This is a big investment for CSL, and we've seen the target model operating in this direction, so we want to build from this. And finally, now we see the construction of the world's first fully electric, battery-powered unloading vessel. This is a great opportunity for CSL to continue to dominate the market and have great innovation. Now the question today is, will customers pay more for decarbonized logistics when the emissions reduction is small relative to their overall footprint? And our solution today that we want to outline is going to be growing from the edge computing operating and continuing to have an operating model that we want to grow and improve with this new technology, and then additionally having a sustainable marketing plan. And these are some key performance indicators we're going to use to identify our performance throughout this strategy and measure against ourselves. Next, let's look at a big picture overview of our industry, where we see a globalized industry. 70% of the world's trade value is coming from ships, whether it be ocean or lakes. Additionally, we see a technological shift in the industry focused on rapid digital transformation. We also see that this is a highly volatile market with various geopolitical effects, tariff effects, and other supply chain disruptions that highly affect our business. Now, some KPIs that I want to point out is a $300,000 cost for shipping downtime in just one day alone. These are the huge elements that we need to mitigate the risk on. Additionally, we see 80% of industrial companies are claiming that they want to care about ESG. They want it to be part of their business model, but only 15% are willing to pay the additional premium. So that's the divide that we've identified, and that's really where we want to grow our business. But as we see, there is an immense opportunity for technological advancements.
Now I'd like to take a look at the landscape around us. So CSL itself is a technology leader. They're one of the first to prioritize operational systems. And then if we look around us, we also see Algoma. They're our closest rival. they're also in the Great Lakes area, and Titan's in the transporting and commodities area. FedNav is the largest international dry bulk shipping company, close to us, a sustainable competitor. And then Seaspan ULC, specializing in the West Coast container services, hydroelectricity, biofuel. They're really more in the niche market of working on sustainability.
Now let's look at who we are and what we do. As I've outlined, we are technological innovators, and we want to continue to build on that. We're market leaders in shipping. We have this self-unloading cargo innovation that is battery operated, which is great for sustainable. Also, we have AI route optimization with the current TMS system that we're working with in marine shipping, and then also specialized vessels for various different types of environment that we're going to be delivering to our customers in. We'll talk more about these key technological systems that we're already operating on and how to build from them later, but the key takeaway here is we're already dominating the market and operating as a leader in the technological advancement space.
So now we're seeing what this space looks like, where are we fitting in, but now we're going to look at, why do we see this gap in execution with drive for sustainability? So first, who is buying from CSL? We have the influencer primarily. This is going to be the big decision maker. But they're under pressure to grow their profits, but also be sustainable. Then we have the procurement manager who's acquiring. They're going to be defining the criteria for the shipping, for the cost. They need the timeline. It's all of those metrics. And then the user is the actual industrial company who's shipping, and this is their shipments are mission critical. Now we'll look at a little bit of a segmentation of where we're seeing this gap and why we're seeing this gap. In the customer sentiment, about 15% are actually looking to take action on ESG. They're willing to pay for these things. 55% are eco-conscious. They really want to balance profit motive with sustainability motive. And then about 30% are kind of throwing ESG out the window to the largest extent, trying to drive home their bottom line. And so we have the willingness to pay determined by the environmental impact, the competitive landscape around them, and the political and regulatory conditions which will be driving this. And so again, this is really causing this contrast between the IAU and the willingness to pay is why we're seeing this 60 to 80% of freight consumers saying they want to be sustainable, but actually we hit on 15 in the middle, but about 7 to 25% actually follow through.
So looking at these sustainability metrics, first starting with scope emissions. So there's a wide variety of scope emissions. The key that we're focusing on is scope 3 emissions. So those indirect emissions that can really contribute to CO2, and that would account for about 80 to 95% of all emissions, including all of these three. So why is this incredibly important for CSL? Well, that moves into that biofuel aspect. So with biofuel, it's becoming increasingly important, and that's why we believe that CSL should keep going with this biofuel investment. As a McKinsey study stated, that it will triple in the next 20 years, and it would increase the demand by about 27%. So although it is a huge investment now, it is imperative that CSL keeps this as a differentiating factor. And that leads into that regulatory landscape. Why is this so important? So for many regulations currently going on, it really emphasizes the environmental sustainability within, whether that be starting with the first one, having those zero emission targets for government fleets. So although this may focus more on the government sector, it can still impact CSL if there's ever those contracts moving forward. Next, moving on to the Paris Agreement, so that 40 to 45% reduction on these emissions, which is why biofuel is incredibly imperative, especially for CSL, to stay ahead of the curve and make sure that is their differentiating factor.
Now, where we are and where we're going. IBJ already has given us an award for using AI to improve our vessels and their safety and efficiency. In 2022, we formed a partnership with ShipShore, adding cloud and data-driven insights to our vessels. We're developing our own AI system. In biofuel, we are a large investor in it. It's sustainability, and it makes us a differentiator.
So we're going to look towards the strategic options that we've considered. First, going all in on revenue and not as much on sustainability. We see that customers may not have that willingness to pay. However, that will change into the future. It's really prioritizing the short term, and it would lead to that negative customer sentiment. Next is prioritizing sustainability over revenue. Obviously, as we've seen with some investments, that they may not be as well in the short term. However, we believe that sustainability is still a goal, And that's why we've moved on to combining those core competencies. So the main powerhouse of CSL is combining technology with that goal of sustainability. So combining those two would have an overall well-rounded strategy leading to long-term growth. And as we've seen with our main focus on this is having predictive maintenance. So there's reactive systems, which can lead to more downtime, less sustainable drivers, and then there's also that predictive aspect. So getting ahead of the curve, making sure that we can plan things in advance to make sure that they would be sustainable in the long term. So how exactly would we accomplish this? This would be through edge computing. So for edge computing, it's simply placing data closer to where you want it. So not storing it up in the cloud, but having it close to you, and that can lead to many benefits, both for the overall revenue and the overall business model, and also for operating sustainably. And that leads us into our strategy. So we'll go on to specifically talking about implementing this edge technology. First, where are we currently? So CSL already has some edge computing capabilities that have been added in through the O2 system. Many of these have been more regulatory, so controlling speeds when there's certain speed limits in certain waters, making sure they slow down boats for when there's a space that's open. However, we're looking more into predicting and having that sustainable driver as a goal. So that leads us into benefits of overall sustainability. So as we can see, using edge computing for predictive maintenance, so making sure that the boats are continuously up to date and there's no unplanned downtime. So what this can do is be more efficient. As the data is placed closer to us, be easier to access over time. Next would be improved prediction. So when boats are down or when there's any type of anomaly, it would predict it ahead of time so that we reverse that unplanned downtime. And overall, this would allow for improved predictions, and it would take that downtime down from 30 to 50%. So you're probably thinking, sounds very technical, but we also want to show that this can also be incredibly sustainable. So first, starting with reducing that energy consumption. When predictive maintenance is being used, it will make sure that there's less unplanned downtime, they're using energy efficiently. Next, that lower maintenance, so making sure everything is up to date, they're not using extra energy, and overall that leads into having it being sustainable, having it be innovative. And how exactly are we going to do this? That would lead to our procurement strategy. So first, we suggest that we should partner with getting these chips from Mouser Electronics Canada. They're another company within the Canadian area, super high on ESG goals and sustainability with many certifications. So supporting a business close to home while also gaining these chips to be more advanced. And the chips we suggest are the NVIDIA Jetson Orin chips. These are some of the top in the industry, allowing for predictive maintenance very efficiently. We suggest adding 3 nodes per ship to start with an implementable rollout from there to overall make sure that we are ahead of the curve, staying innovative, and really capturing that ESG goal. And now I'll hand it off to Mason to talk about our operations.
Yeah, let's look at what our new target operating model is going to be. And this is going to start with understanding what technological capabilities we have currently. And like we previously talked about, we have ShipShore 2.0, which is already implementing AI to route optimization, allowing for improved monitoring of technical operational performance. And this is a huge benefit for us. The more we dove into CSL, the more we saw that there is a great level of operational efficiency already being operated on. So we were thinking how can we improve this process, and the biggest way we saw was innovating technologically. The future is where we want to prepare for, because we're already leading the market, we're already dominating with technology. The new vessels that we're unloading with the electronic battery, those are already great processes, so we need to prepare for the future. That also incorporates our O2 strategy that we're already using with this new in-house AI that has high levels of edge computing capabilities existing. So the switching costs are very low to already implement the process that we're going to be suggesting here today. And that's where we're looking to do today, is enhancing this edge computing technology, and it's already existing in the O2 model. We're processing sensor data directly on board, which is going to allow for our predictive maintenance systems to be 20 to 30% further aligned. And this is going to allow for us to have a sustainable impact, which we'll touch on momentarily. But it leaves us with a strategy that is profit first driven, and with sustainable impacts coming as a benefit of it. And that's really where we want to outline our strategy. So now let's meet Tom. Tom is our target operating model for CSL, and it's going to begin with a real-time anomaly detection on the ships. And this is going to be edge devices, process vibration, heating, different pressures on board to outline what needs to be mission critical to our process and how can we fix this. The next step is going to be condition-based maintenance, actually making these changes and extending our lifespan by 25% by acting predictively versus reactively, as we previously mentioned. The next step in our process is the benefit of offline operational continuity. The great part about edge computing is that it operates locally in a closed garden system. So not only is the data protected, but it operates with lower latency and is also in an offline module that we can operate in regardless of where we are. The next is reduced bandwidth and data costs that come associated with that, operating locally in that closed garden system. And finally, we get into the enhanced safety and reliability. Allowing early detection is not only safer for our shipments, our crew members, and our customers, but it's also safer with data regulation that we will talk on later, and we're happy to answer questions on in the Q&A. Now let's look at the sustainability impact. And as I mentioned, we want to be profits first, but obviously the goal is still to be positively impacting our sustainability goals. And that's exactly what this edge computing strategy does. With a 15% reduction in energy consumption, a 65% reduction in cloud data processing locally, as I mentioned, and then a 50% total CO2 emission reduction due to the optimized machinery that we're going to have from this predictive maintenance. These are huge targeted goals that we can outline sustainably. Now, the best part about edge computing and this predictive maintenance is it's not necessarily a revenue driver, but it's a huge cost saving, and the unintended consequences that come with it are going to be our sustainability benefits that are going to make us more attractive to our customer and allow us to reach higher service levels. These are all huge benefits that we want to outline. We're going to talk a little bit more of how we plan to market that to our strategy now.
So we've seen that what Mason just said, it's higher attractiveness for our consumer, but we also outlined how people value different things, customers value different things. And so we want to be able to give them the option of standard, different tiered. So first we have a standard tier, tier 1. You're pretty much going on off of compliance. That's your baseline. If you have regulation that you have to adhere to, you're hitting that standard. But you're more focused on simply reliability, speed, and the lowest cost. They're not prioritizing sustainability. They would absolutely benefit from the implementation of edge, but they're not necessarily going to be prioritizing the use of biofuels. Next, we have tier 2, which is the eco-conscious consumer. And this is a more progressive offering. It's more focused on efficient operations, reducing emissions, about a 20 to 30% reduction, and they are also going to be benefiting from the edge implementation, and they might want to incorporate some of the biofuel use that we have seen investment in CSL. Then the final tier will be net zero, very premium logistics. They want to be a sustainability leader. They want to hit that net zero target. They're benefiting from edge, but they also want to be consistently using advanced biofuels, and their willingness to pay is much higher because they're having such a high emphasis on sustainability internally. And so we're seeing standard logistics model, they have the profit motive. The eco-efficient logistics model is the eco-conscious consumer, but they're balancing both targets in mind from their influencer down to their user. And for our net zero premium logistics, this is our people who really want to take action on ESG. And in each of these segments, we're emphasizing different things to our customer. We're talking about cost efficiency, optimization of the actual products that we're seeing with the edge computing technology, and just the ease and the reliability of the service quality. Then we're emphasizing a safe and ethical supply chain, but also the data-backed reporting, finally, the emissions reduction. And this will be very curated and customized based on the segment in alignment with our IAU. So they can choose their level of sustainability buy-in over time.
Now we're going to move into what a timeline implementation would look like. So first, starting with securing those chips from the supplier, moving into a node test just to make sure everything works great, and then moving on to a large-scale rollout on all 26 ships. And then that would end with predictive maintenance benefits, so getting that data over time and making sure that we can realize the benefits and start implementing that for the rest of the ships. And then on the marketing side, it would be identifying those price-sensitive customers, those that have a lower willingness to pay, developing those communication strategies over time, which will continuously evolve, deploying those salespeople to make sure we're hitting the right targets, and lastly, generating that ESG report as transparency is more important than ever.
Now we'd like to talk about some key financial assumptions. So for this project, we've calculated a capital expenditure of about $800,000. Our project discount rate is predicted at 15%. The industry average is around 10 to 12. and we've added a buffer just in case. We project this project lasting 10 years. As we are in the maturity stage of this technology, we are already ahead of the curve, but we'd like to maximize that. Some of the cost breakdown in that capital expenditure, our edge nodes, of course, our hardware costs, our software development, installation, and integration. So we have a CAGR of 10%. Industry average is about 2 to 3%, which is great for this return. An IRR of 22%, with a gross margin increase of 30%, a payback period within 4 years, and we will see the pricing of edge computing has decreased over 30% the last 3 years. Some of the key performance indicators, as we mentioned earlier, on-time delivery, reduced operational downtime, and environmental impact. These are what we believe we really need to see to be successful.
Awesome. Thank you, Michael. Now let's look at some other key considerations that we had. Obviously, there's a lot of risk with this innovative solution, but we have to take the decision now to make this move to the future if we want to continue to be market leaders. We looked into data protection, emerging sustainability regulation, and changing consumer sentiment. We have further information on those if you guys have more questions in the Q&A period. Next, we also did an evaluation of our competitor reactions, looking at increased focus on new technology, price war and cost reductions, expanding into new sustainability initiatives and how that compares across our customer segments, and then increased investment into R&D. Finally, I want to bring us home with the KPIs that we looked at with the 99% on-time delivery, 40% reduction in operational downtime, and 65% improvement in environmental impact. Like I mentioned before, this isn't a strategy that prioritizes sustainability, but it prioritizes profits with a high impact in sustainability. That's ultimately what we want to target, driving our growth, driving our strategy, but still being able to be sustainable solutions that impact our customers on a large scale. Let's start today with edge computing and fix into tomorrow how we can impact our customers' life. Now we'll take any questions. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, delegates. We'll now begin a 10-minute Q&A period.
Thanks, everyone. I want to dig a little bit into your financials. In your projections, I didn't see where you tier the customer types and the expected conversion rate for those customers and the premium that you're going to get from those customers for each of the different tiers based on. So do you have that detail somewhere?
So what we sort of wanted to see is we wanted to see feasibility, of course, first. So this is emergency technology. We know that there's about a 12% disparity between MDO and biofuel. Our premium would aim to cover that in particular, as we can bridge that gap and make it so that every customer can see what efficiency looks like and move to a more ESG solution.
Okay, but your 30% increase in gross margin, that's based on both your cost reduction from your edge solution and also the premium that you're going to be charging top-tier customers?
Yes, so that is also a factor in the increase in our business from people who see how much farther we have pushed without charging extra, as far as like overly reduced prices. So when we push through edge computing and we can add a reduction a large reduction, we can see that that benefit pays through.
Just a question, if the technology is rolled out to all the ships, how are you going to differentiate your marketing between the customers if it's already on board all the vessels?
So I think the idea in differentiating the consumer was less based on the edge technology and more based on their interest in using the biofuel and willingness to pay for the biofuel. So we saw this investment and it was kind of absorbed over 7 years. But people weren't very willing to pay for the use of biofuel because they have existing solutions, and we're seeing steam is actually still the least expensive transportation method for significant like heavy cargo. And so the goal here would be to roll out edge in every single consumer segment, because we want to see every person, every company who is using our service increase in growth. They want to, we want to see operational improvement across the board. So EDGE would go in every single category, and the ESG action would be more focused on biofuels.
And just to follow up on that, if you've got the premium one, if they pay more, what do they get in return?
They're getting primarily, it's the message to the boardroom and the message to the consumer. Because we're seeing a lot of pressure. Consumers are saying about, we had the 60 to 80%, that's more industrial, but 90% of consumers who are investing want to see, they say they want ESG, but they're not really willing to pay for it, except there will still be a very high standard on these leaders to be implementing these technologies for sustainability. And so that'll be more towards, the external impact and the consumer sentiment.
Quick question. So your data lives in Edge, right? But does it flow back to a cloud database, or can you reuse that data later on? And if you do you consider the additional cost from doing that? And then if it doesn't, do you kind of lose that data that you can't use later on and make other prescriptive methods?
So a lot of the edge computing data would be used for that predictive maintenance, that predictive analysis. So a lot of that will be kept on edge. But we also have a partnership with ShipShore. So they already have the cloud database for us, and they're already taking in a lot of our current data, putting that up into the cloud if we don't need it immediately. So that's where that balance would come in, mainly edge for that predictive analysis and some of the current operating things that we're using for it. But also, if it's not as important, it would go up to the cloud, specifically with that partnership.
Quick question. When I look at the premium customers, obviously they're driven about probably largely with the legislation and regulations that are coming into play. We've seen the governments back down. We've certainly seen the U.S. government back down, and it has an effect on everybody else. If you, in your models, when you guys are pricing this out, do you feel that if the legislation, things like the Paris Accord, Kyoto Accords, or whatever, and people start pulling back, will this change your model and the time to recover my funds?
I think it certainly would change the model, because the goal here is really to be paying attention to the regulatory landscape, the geopolitical landscape, the technology landscape, and we don't want to sick ourselves in one space. But the issue here is
Did you read the question? You want me to
yeah,
repeat
could
the
you
question?
I'm so sorry.
So
Could you please repeat
I'm
the
looking
question?
at the change from a premium customer who's all
Yes.
about the legislation.
Yes.
If the legislation changes and we start seeing people, the government's back down, how invested is a premium customer still going to be in
Right.
a couple of years from now?
Right. I would say that this is going to be increasing in the future. We're going to see continued investment from the consumer. There was a BCG study that said that this is going to be around $100 billion industry, which was, in my opinion, a very large estimate. But I think that the sustainability trend that we're seeing, it is a trend, and it's definitely something that people can choose to buy into or not. But from a regulatory perspective, there's a lot of changeover. I know you mentioned the United States and how we kind of go back and forth a lot. But this is something that goes back and forth because we have change in administration every 4 years. And I can see that all of these international organizations are really highlighting the importance of sustainability and the importance of climate change. And it's important for us to be agile and work dependent on those regulations, but I wouldn't see long-term sustainability completely fading. If anything, I think long-term regulation will increase, no matter, that might not be in the next 2 to 3 years, but I could see that happening in the next 8 to 10, absolutely.
And one thing I kind of want to mention, she mentioned agility and being agile as the biggest part that we want to highlight there. And that's kind of why we went with our profit first solution, right? Because doing this edge computing is going to save us tremendously on costs with the predictive maintenance, but we still have sustainability efforts. And regardless of what the policy is, whether it's more lean towards sustainability or against it, we're still leading with our profit first and standing out to our consumers with our sustainability backing, although it's not the driving factor. It's still profitability that we're focused on.
But in the short term, I'm still paying 12% premium on the biofuels, so there is a timing recovery. So not only do I have to recover those years where I'm still investing my 12% more, then I'm getting my capital investment, and then I'm worried about legislation. So that's not another question. Leave us with that one.
So one of the main asks of the case was around the strategy for the biofuel, what to do about this unsustainable cost that we continue to spend without recouping the actual benefit from it. So can you speak more to how your solution addresses that, especially if the way I understand the tiering, only 12 to 15% you were saying are willing to pay for it? If I only dedicate 15% of my fleet, that's 2 to 3 ships. I'm going to limit the number of routes, etc. Speak more about the biofuel aspect of
Yes.
this.
I'm going to basically talk about it a little bit, but I think the idea for the tiers is primarily the main solution here is the edge computing, and that will be recouping a lot of our costs over time because of how enhanced the predictive maintenance is and how sustainability driven and actually very effective those predictive systems are. And so that will be our main way to be recouping costs. We saw the biofuel as something that is very driven by consumer sentiment and willingness to pay, and that was something that we as CSL could not control. We can't control their willingness to pay for biofuels. No matter if we invested in it or not, that's a cost that's already been incurred. So we were prioritizing edge as a solution to maybe a little bit of capital expenditure upfront, but that is something that will really differentiate our business, and we were already in the AI space, we're already in the edge space. We could take it a bit further and deliver further for our customers.
So you're not recommending they dial back any of their biofuel investments and continued use?
We,
Oh, sorry.
well, I would say that you could.
With current demand that we're seeing, especially with some competitors doing trial runs of biofuel, we can see the demand is increasing, and obviously that would lead to a reduction of cost. So we believe that over time, with all of these trends that we've shown, I believe there's a chart in there, showing the increase in demand of biofuel, it'll eventually get cheaper over time. And although we have to invest a lot now, we believe operationally through the future, that cost will be minimized compared to what it is currently.
So unfortunately, we do not have time for another question. Thank you, delegates.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for the questions.
Thank you.
So we'll still have time to deliberate.
You'll have 20 minutes after this presentation. And then feedback.
Then team D, is that it?
Yeah.
Sorry? What do you guys physically look at? A lot of office space in there, or attached to the tower and stuff?
Yeah, so we have a floor tower.
Okay.
It's not like the ideal space because it's all obviously it's really nice. A lot of it is kind of funky. I mean, it's
Okay.
but it was renovated. It's been better than it was.
Okay.
But yeah, there's maybe.
Can you just go work in the lodges when you
Yeah,
want?
okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure.
That makes sense.
Sorry.
Can you just go work in the lodges whenever you want?
Yeah. I mean, technically, no one's stopping us.
Or ringside, just go.
I run often around
Here?
the
So cool.
people.
So
Like
cool.
when it's really cold outside and I'm like, yeah, or raining or whatever. People work out. And stuff.
Wow.
So we do the stairs.
Yeah, we do the stairs.
Yeah,
Like
okay,
go around the bowl, do every staircase. It's a good workout.
That's a good
Okay,
workout.
good for you for that there, but that's a whole other story for another day. Wow.
Yeah.
That is a good workout. They're walking through music. It's playing a good
Exactly.
as you guys are going up there.
Exactly.
Hello?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Axel, and I will be your timekeeper for the day. Before we continue, I would just like to confirm that this is Team D. I will show you your warning signs when there are 10, 5, 2 minutes, and 30 seconds remaining, like so. Once a 10-second countdown is up, I will say stop, after which the team must stop talking immediately. Afterwards, a 10-minute Q&A period will follow. I would like to remind you that all teams must present for a minimum of 15 minutes, and all team members must speak during the presentation, but not necessarily during the Q&A period. Audience members, we ask that you please place your phones on silent mode and remain seated in the room for the duration of the full presentation and Q&A period. I will now let the judges introduce themselves, and once they are done, you may begin your presentation. Off to you, judges.
Good morning, Rui Lopez from Electa.
Hi, Stephanie Legault from CSL.
Hi, Audrey Johnson from Evenco, sorry.
Thomas Atchison from CH.
Alex Green from Brother. Good luck.
Thank you.
Perfect. Maritime construction is a miracle that has made products accessible, from the chairs that you're sitting on to the projector that we're presenting on. But the industries that you serve have emerging changes, specifically within decarbonization. So the question then becomes, what will CSL do about it? Good afternoon, we are Phoenix Consulting. My name is Theo, and I'm joined by my colleagues Rosa, Elias, and Chris, who will now take you through a brief overview.
Thanks, Theo. So let's first start by acknowledging that the North American maritime transportation industry is currently valued at 28 billion Canadian dollars and is growing at 3% until 2030. Key insights within that industry is that customers have low willingness to pay for decarbonized logistics due to the limited perceived added value. Your company, however, Canada Steamship Lines, is a maritime transportation company and a global leader in low carbon shipping. And today, they've tasked us with determining how to capture value from the decarbonized logistics given the current landscape as well as the current customer demand. Now we have identified the following question. So how can CSL capture economic value from the decarbonized logistics? And we have broken this down into two key asks, and they are intertwined. So first, we evaluate customer interest, their willingness to engage and pay for lower carbon logistics, and validate the value of decarbonized shipping. And the outcome of this would be determining whether the green offer is viable or not. And in the case that it is, we identify where the value is created, the mechanisms that can capture the value, as well as the implications on the approach. And in the case where it's not viable, this is where we outline alternative strategies for CSL to recover, protect, or leverage the value of its decarbonized efforts. Through our case preparation, we're very happy to present to you our strategy, Project Phoenix, in which we first identify the key value drivers across the customer groups and identify which value capture mechanisms can actually capture that value in accordance to their profiles and demands. And in our second pillar, we actually go ahead and capture that value. And we'll be doing that through a dedicated value capture team that will follow a 3-step approach that will identify where value is, target that value and capture it, but also ensure long-term capture through a certain initiative. Our strategy will not only achieve your ambitions and recover your decarbonization efforts, but also the following KPIs by 2028. 32.9 million Canadian dollars in incremental revenues, a minus 15% reduction in biofuel emissions, and finally, an ROI of 1.26. And with that, I'll pass it on to Rosa for the analysis.
Thank you, Chris. So as Chris previously mentioned, our first step is to determine whether the new green offering is a viable offering to adopt or not. To answer this question, our team adopted a 3-phased approach. First, looking externally at the overall market, that is by analyzing key industry trends and looking at competitors and seeing what they are doing in this regard. Second, looking more internally at the benefit to cost ratio that we would achieve if we were to adopt this solution. So what costs we would incur and whether benefit is maximized and there's a fair ratio. And finally, taking a look at our customers, seeing what they value and how we can cater to the values that they seek. Let's start with the first step, the overall market. Here, we identified key market trends. First, we saw that the market itself is about to become almost 15% of overall logistics spending. And this is shown from a McKinsey report. Second, we also saw that there are a lot of regulatory shifts. First, from government officials, and second, from investors as well. Therefore, companies are pressured to report Scope 3 emissions, which is why this market has been growing and it is quite attractive. And finally, we can see that having an early mover advantage and entering the market early on is important because it would give you early access to regulations and ensuring that you have a head start in achieving IMO decarbonization targets. Therefore, we can already see that from an external standpoint, the green industry is quite attractive and it is a viable option to seek. However, we took this a step further and mapped out our key competitors within the North American region. These include Algoma, FENDEV, and many more. Here, we tried to understand what they do when it comes to green maritime transportation. We saw that most of them have very specific niches. For example, FEDNAV focuses on Arctic and very sensitive environments and ensuring very low carbon emitting options for these tailored environments. Whereas, for example, Desan focuses on natural gas tankers, specifically within the regions we operate in. Now, your company is positioned very strongly. You currently have very strong infrastructure within the Great Lakes. You have a very huge biofuel fleet that is currently operating and a strong B100 biodiesel program. So there's one major takeaway here. It's the fact that the competitive landscape is also shifting towards adopting alternative green offerings. And there's another takeaway, which is the fact that your company is strongly positioned to do so as well. Great. Now that we've analyzed the market overall, let's see how this reflects internally. We can see that since you currently have the extensive infrastructure and expertise, the incremental cost you would incur to have this differentiated offering would be quite low. And the benefit that you are able to capture seems quite high from our external analysis. Therefore here, we can already tell that the benefit to cost of adopting such an option is already very attractive. Now finally, here we took a look at your customer segments. We want to see what your customers value and how we can cater to them. And since we already know that customers have very low willingness to pay, we wanted to analyze your customers based on what value they seek. Because if we're able to understand their value, we can very much mitigate that low willingness to pay barrier. Here, we mapped out all of the industries that you currently operate in. We did not limit ourselves. This includes construction, steel and mining, agri-food, energy, and offshore renewable energy projects. And for each one of these industries, we tried to analyze what are the key value levers that they seek. The most popular ones are the following. They go from brand and marketing, so how close they are to their end customers and how much they want to show that they are green and sustainable, all the way to whether they have how much access they need to funding from investors. And based on all of these levers, we saw one major thing. All customers show clear need. However, they have low willingness to pay. But we also saw that despite this strong need, each customer has a very unique value lever. Each segment has its own lever. For example, for the agri-food sector, they are very customer facing, so they really care about their brand image. So that's the key value you need to convey to them. That is very, very different from the energy sector, for example, because they value regulatory compliance. And all this boils down to one major takeaway. To effectively cater to your customers, you must understand that each one of them has a very unique value that they want to seek. Therefore, you must cater to their specific values that are different across each industry. Great. So here, we can already see that having this offering is key. You must enter this new segment. You must diversify into a specialized green offering. But how to do so and where? I'll pass it on to my colleague, Elias.
Great, thank you, Rosa. I'm now happy to introduce our strategy, locating value and capturing value. Within the first pillar, we'd identify key value drivers across customer groups and develop value capture mechanisms in accordance with these customer profiles and demand. In the second pillar, we deploy a dedicated value capture team that will follow a 3-step approach that first identifies value, captures it, and finally ensures long-term recurrent advantage. So let's dive into the first pillar, where we want to identify key value areas for CSL customers. Now, to do so, we have to look internally and try to understand what exactly you provide as an offering. Therefore, we've outlined what exactly you provide through your green shipping corridor platform. There are 6 key offerings. First, a dedicated or priority vessel capacity. Second, a defined efficiency standard. Third, measured and certified emissions tracking. Fourth, audit-ready emissions data. Fifth, variable contract durations. And 6, deeper logistic integration. So the next step becomes, how exactly can we change these 6 offerings into value levers and ensure that they can target value that customers want and will be willing to pay for in the future. This is where we try to segment them into key value areas. First, operational efficiency. So you can create cost reduction through priority vessel capacity. You can reduce complexity through logistic integration, and you can create tailored long-term contracts to reduce your customers' variability in pricing and operations. So customers could have that operational efficiency, and this is a key value lever that you could target to ensure that they pay for this environmental service. The second value lever would be environmental reporting. So accurate reporting through emissions tracking can support the end customer in ensuring that their ESG goals are being met. Second, limited legal scrutiny through audit-ready data can ensure that your customers will not have to deal with with a lot of government regulation, which would be extremely burdensome. And finally, creating standardized environmental practices can facilitate environmental reporting in the long run as environmental regulations continuously change. Now, why is it exactly relevant to create these value areas? Well, based on Rosa's analysis, we've identified that each industry segment has a specific value lever that they need to target to ensure that they'll be willing to pay for that environmental service. And therefore, we would need to target these value areas through specific mechanisms. The 5 mechanisms that were outlined in the case that we chose to use are pricing structures, contract design, risk-sharing arrangements, non-price compensation, and finally, complementary services. Great. So in order to utilize these mechanisms and really target that value and capture that value for your different customer bases, we've developed a tiered pricing structure where we incorporate all 5 needed mechanisms and segment them in accordance to what customers actually need. So what would this pricing tiered system would be? It would have different combinations of value capture mechanisms in accordance with each customer. And we've seen that this has been extremely successful with Evergreen, which is a massive international shipping company, that has created environmentally conscious shipping tiers, where they segment different customers in accordance with how much they would like to pay for different environmental regulations. And therefore, we've come up with a 3-tiered pricing structure. First, an essential compliance tier. So this is focused at highly skeptical clients who might not be willing to pay high prices for environmental solutions. In this segment, you'd have low price per metric ton, shorter contract durations, and limited non-price and complementary service compensation. Second would be a strategic sustainability tier, which is focused at clients that might be a bit more willing to utilize environmental solutions, but are still not completely integrated into your ecosystem. And this strategic tier would have medium prices per metric ton, a longer contract duration to ensure that they maintain that relationship with you, and specific non-price compensation and complementary service, such as enhanced fleet tracking with environmental metrics, certified environmental measurements that can truly support in the specific value areas that they would like to focus on. And finally, for the customers that are extremely focused on integrating environmental sustainability within their operations, we would have the comprehensive sustainability team, which would have a higher pricing per metric ton, however, would unlock many different service offerings that they would need and that really captures the value that they demand in the long run. Great. So now that we've identified the key value areas that we can focus on, as well as created a targeted approach and a tiered pricing model to ensure that each customer segment is able to access the value that they need, the next step is seeing how it is implemented with Chris.
Thanks, Elias. So after outlining the differentiated offering as well as its details, what's also important is the implementation. So how are you actually going to secure clients? How are you actually going to convey the message that you're trying to go for? And this is where we're deploying a dedicated value capture team. What this essentially means is that it's going to be a team that proactively follows a 3-step approach, with the first one being the customer identification and understanding. So we know, based off our analysis, that you have different value levers that you need to capitalize on across the different client segments. We're not about choosing a customer segment to target and hoping that it works, but rather creating a mechanism that can be replicated across high-value accounts. What this means for CSL is that they'll be moving away from generic marketing to really targeting the perceived value of each client on an account-based marketing basis. They'll be understanding their clients and understanding their needs. The next step is to outreach to them with tailored value. So you approach them with what they perceive as valuable. And this is where we detail the tiers as well as the customers, and I'm happily going to deep dive into that next. After showcasing the perceived value, we don't stop there. We go beyond the sale and transition to post-sale support. And this is where complementary services come in to secure long-term competitive advantages, and we'll be also deep diving into that next. But let's take this step by step. What exactly is the outreach tailored value? And we'll be going through an example to explain that. So as previously outlined, you have different clients. After the dedicated team identifies an energy and utility client to be of value, they understand now that their key value lever is the regulatory compliance. This is where they've located the value and they adopt the comprehensive sustainability tier mechanism to onboard them. This provides a customer-centric perceived value of decarbonization, which leads to higher conversion rates, but also a stronger competitive advantage. Now, after tailoring the outreach, what's also important is to ensure post-sales support. And this is where we introduce something new, the CSL View platform. Now, what the CSL View platform is something very simple, really. You essentially already have different platforms for monitoring, whether one being for vessel monitoring, another one for transactional data, or even another one for route optimization, which is Oceana. However, each platform is a siloed value capture theme, so each one is for a specific purpose. None of them are fully integrated, and in today's environment where regulatory changes are shaping the environment, you never know how customer demands might shift. So what's important now is to have proactive support to also support your customers navigate this environment. And this is where CSL View comes in. So essentially, you have the client overview with the two different value levers that you've identified, operational efficiency and environment reporting. And your current platforms will be integrated onto this with APIs under the insights and environmental reporting. But the key feature within this platform is actually the support team updates. That dedicated value capture team will actually be staying on top of things when it comes to the changing environment and staying in touch with your clients to tell them where the regulations are moving. So essentially with this platform, the quest for value capture goes beyond the sales, goes beyond today, but rather into a scalable tool that will ensure a long-term edge for CSL in navigating today's environment. And with that, I'll pass it on to Theo.
Thank you, Chris. So our strategy is implementable over the next 3 years with 3 key milestones we want your company to focus on. First, we need to create those very structured, predefined pricing tiers effectively tailored to each customer and their respective needs. Second, we have to develop that CSL Green platform that Chris just mentioned to consolidate customer data from siloed platforms, so an all-in-one platform. And lastly, forming those internal B2B sales teams that will actually be deployed to capture their customers where they lie. To bring this strategy to life, your company must incur incremental cost of 14.5 million Canadian dollars over the next 3 years, with 3 key drivers to keep in mind. First, obviously, it's the biofuel cost of goods sold. If you're increasing your fleet and implementing biofuel in a larger number of ships, you have to pay for that biofuel and operate it all year round. Second is your platform development costs. So any additional APIs and data cleaning that your company will undergo is accounted for within the CSL Green platform. And lastly, it's those internal hiring. So we approach it with an opportunity cost model to see what is the hourly cost that employees within the company will need to allocate for this project that we're recommending. The 2 key assumptions is that biofuel cost of goods sold is benchmarked at 35% of our incremental revenues with a reserve marked down of 20% because we know your company has a large biofuel reserve. And second, that a Scrum team composed of developers, UI designers, product owners, and Scrum masters will be used to, in an agile manner, create these platforms without any redundancies, and we'll be implementing 5 APIs with around $75,000 per API, obviously also benchmarked. But what we're all here for is that revenue figure, which stands at around 33 million Canadian dollars within just the same time frame, with 3 key drivers. First, the average fuel-related revenues, which I'd love to get into more in the question and answer section, stands at around $8.75, but it's marked up by 12% for that biofuel consideration. This is obviously mentioned in the case. Second, we're growing your metric ton fleet from 16,000 tons to 18,500 tons over the next 3 years, which will be your key driver of value. And lastly, that 1 metric ton is benchmarked to capture around 1,200 metric tons of cargo. That's just how the shipping industry works, which will lead to that $33 million figure, and that will also allow you to capture 15.7% additional emissions from biofuel initiatives. We've also considered various risks, which range internally from customer hesitancy, where they might feel hesitant to adopt premium biofuels and pay more for transportation costs, and this could reflect on operational complexity, but we mitigate it with that tiered model that tailors exactly what they need, when they need it, and at what stage they might need it. Second is emerging regulations. If regulations might come out that might fluctuate the price of biofuel based on supply and demand, that could reflect on the pricing model, but we have very stringent compliance within our CSL Green platform, which will automatically reflect those changes in real time. And lastly is competition. Since there are many competing shipping lines that Rosa just mentioned, they might have similar strategies which could eat up at our market share, but CSL is one of the largest North American shipping lines, and so we believe that that first mover advantage is really going to set you guys apart. So when taking a step back, Project Phoenix effectively targets the 2 key asks of the case to drive economic value from decarbonized logistics. And in doing so, you can follow the 3 KPIs by 2028. $33 million in Canadian revenues in incrementally, 15.7% additional emission reductions from just biofuels, and a 1.26x ROI truly reflecting the cost-benefit analysis. We thank you for your time, and we'll now open the floor for any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. We'll now begin a 10-minute Q&A period.
Can you go back to your timeline?
Sure.
Please. My question, I guess, is more around, like, you talk about in order to recover in such a short period of time, and then bringing in all this incremental talent and then training everyone up. How does it sort of, like, within the timeline, who am I targeting first? Like, of the 5, 6 different groups that you guys have told us we should go after, is there an approach which customers am I attacking first? Is it just go after everybody? Do you have a percentage?
So I'll start with the high-level part of the strategy, so internal talent, and maybe someone else can add to who we target first. So as you can see, the second portion of our timeline where we form internal B2B sales teams, this is all about looking at employees of the 1,000 employees that your company currently has and who is suitable to form an internal B2B sales teams. And what we will be incurring is two things. First of all, we have to allocate the time that they currently spend on shipping operations and reallocate it to this new green corridor initiative that it's quite novel, it's something different that they don't currently do. And second, how does that reflect on our cost figures? So we know that we pay these employees for the work that they do and they generate revenues for us. But if they're doing something else, that's an opportunity cost that we have to consider on our end, and I'd love to get more into that if maybe. And then with regards to who we might target first, I can pass it on.
I'll pause you for a sec.
Sure.
Just to sort of fill on that, the time to define this, create the metrics, form the people up, you think that's possible in 6
1
months?
year. By the end of 2026, we believe it to be possible.
Okay. And glad to take over for the targeting part. So essentially, once we've outlined that, so this is going down, I want to go up. All right, so essentially, we've outlined that there are different customer groups, and each customer group has a certain value lever. So for us, given that the company has the capabilities, has the infrastructure to actually target those customers, we didn't want to eliminate the customer group and focus on one, because then you'd be throwing away all the infrastructure that you have, the capabilities that you have. So it makes much more sense to actually follow account-based marketing, where it's not about choosing an industry, but rather choosing a client. And to do that, this is where the dedicated team comes in. So we're not choosing an industry over the other, we're choosing a client over the other, identifying the value lever of that client and tailoring our approach based on that.
Okay, thank you.
Your three-tiered pricing structure, I was just curious to understand the logic behind in the third tier. You're talking about a 5-year contract. I understand why that makes sense for CSL as a company, but how do you sell that to a client if there may be, this is a new way of operating for them?
Exactly. So thank you for the question. We're assuming within this comprehensive sustainability tier that these customers are the ones that are extremely comfortable with environmental service offerings, as they probably would have gone through the previous 2 tiers. So by the time they reach that 3rd tier, they're willing to use your environmental services. They see the value in it, and they see exactly where they can capture that value. So by having a longer contract length, they'd be able to reduce the variability in their contract requirements and the operational complexity that they usually have to go through. So by having a longer contract duration, it simplifies it for them, increases operational efficiency, and increases the value capture that they can get.
So you see this as a ladder for them?
It can be a ladder, of course, if you start at 0, which it's a new industry, so you'd hope that most people would start there and then grow. However, if a company is already extremely experienced with environmental services and willing to pay, they can automatically go to that 3rd level and really gain the value that they think they can get.
What's the difference between the 2nd and the 3rd? They seem quite similar, and I think in terms of contract duration, it's separate at our company because the customer dictates kind of thing. So regardless of sustainability, the contract durations are the contract durations. But then that aside, what's the difference between 2 and 3?
Yes, for sure. So the key difference that we were trying to focus on is non-price compensation and complementary services. Okay. So your current offering with Green Shipping Corridor has many different offerings, ranging from dedicated or priority vessel capacity, all the way to audit-ready emission data, very deeper logistic integration, and so on. So these are the key offerings that we want to try to play around with to ensure that we can create a difference between Tier 2 and Tier 3. So the depth of that logistic integration, or how structured the efficiency standards you provide to them are, or how audit-ready it is, provides that kind of ladder where if they're content with a certain level of audit readiness or logistic integration, that's fine. That's the value that they think they can capture from environmental services. But as they grow and they see the value that CSL can offer from these offerings, they can then say, okay, let's move up a tier and get additional value from complementary services or non-price compensation.
Okay, and one other follow-up is, and thanks for your answer, risk sharing. What is meant by the comments here?
So within the case, they outlined risk sharing as a key mechanism for capturing value. And we've outlined here risk sharing arrangements that range from buyer assuming the majority of responsibility and if something goes wrong or that type of risk, all the way to a comprehensive sustainability tier that is much more beneficial for the client in that manner.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have two questions. The first one is you cite Evergreen as a sort of a pioneer that's done this before. I'd like to know what sort of comparables they have and why you feel that they're similar to this company. And then secondly, you really have to walk me through your incremental revenue models, because I want to understand the assumptions that go behind that. It all seems to be based on the cost reductions the economics of the biofuel rather than the upselling tiers. So I really want to understand how you come to that 32.9 million.
So I'll take that first question and I'll pass the second one to Theo. Regarding Evergreen, so they're a large shipping company, mostly international shipping, and they have a different shipping structure than what you currently have, being mostly pallet-based, which is different. However, we've noticed that they do have different levels of environmental sustainability fleet readiness, ranging from level I, 2I, 3I, 4I, all the way to around 7I, with the latter being more sustainable. And according to those metrics, they can then sell to clients a specific sustainability metric that they can ensure that they will receive. So saving, decarbonization, and so on. So that's the comparable and why we chose it. This could be a new way of looking at.
But they've demonstrated revenue increase or margin increase as a result?
They have. Okay.
And then the second question?
I can take it.
Great. Thank you.
So, pretty much the basis of our incremental revenues is twofold. First of all, we want it to be conservative and we want it to be realistic. We know that in the case we've been given very detailed information on the unit economics of biofuel and regular fuel. However, we haven't been given contract-specific data. So what the duration of the contract, revenues per customer. So to be safe, we don't want to make those very bold assumptions and jump to certain contractual information, but we want to stick to a holistic approach that takes what you've given us in the case and puts it into real time. So the starting point is here. You've given us the average freight rate per ton within the case to be around $35 within the North American region. And fuel actually attributes around 25% of that freight rate that comes out in the end. So what we then kind of extrapolate from that is that the fuel revenues per shipment comes to around $8.75 per metric ton. So then the next assumption that we make is how many metric tons can 1 metric ton of fuel actually handle? You put fuel into the ship, how many tons of cargo can it handle? And we found that to be around 1,500 tons. So the next strategy is converting that into revenue. So we have that percentage, that figure that we just found, and in the case you've also given us that biofuel is 12% more expensive than regular fuel, so we marked that $8.7 up to 9.8. Then we looked at your actual fleet that you currently have, which stands at 16,000 metric tons, and what the whole purpose of the strategy is growing this fleet. So we took a very conservative figure at 3% in year one, just to take it incrementally, growing that by 2% year on year. After doing that, we took the figure that we just mentioned, being that 1,500 figure of how many tons that can actually handle.
Sorry, just to start with, the 2% increase per year is based on the upsell strategy?
Yes, exactly.
Move more tons because you've got more partners?
Absolutely.
Okay, that was my question.
And then just moving forward, we have 1,500 tons, but we've marked this down by 20%. And this is super important because biofuel, for it to operate sustainably, you can't operate at the same speeds as regular fuel. You have to tone it down. You have to really optimize how you're using that biofuel. So we've marked that down to around 20% to get 1,200 metric tons per metric ton of biofuel. Then the conversion is quite simple after that. We have our total tons of biofuel, or total metric tons distributed, the revenue per metric ton that comes from biofuel, and then you get that overall figure. And incrementally, that stacks up to around 33 million when comparing to your usual 16,000 metric tons.
That's bottom up, but you don't have like an upselling percentage of growth rate that you see.
We stuck to that bottom up holistic approach because we didn't get any contractual data, so that's what we did. Thank you.
So unfortunately, we do not have time for another question. Thank you, delegates.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
can't offer you much, but if ever you're looking for something, just chat with me. Phil's a really good guy. He's off right now.
No, I
We'll
didn't.
be back in a couple of weeks. And, get back to this.
I'm Tyler. Nice to meet you.
Hi,
Alex.
Steph.
Morning. Nice to meet you.
Steph.
Morning. My name is
Hi.
I'm Alex.
Alex.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Alex.
Morning.
Nice to meet you, Alex.
Morning. Very nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you, Alex. Nice to meet you, Peter and Alex. Good luck.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. I know I did. Anyways, my name is Axel, and I will be your timekeeper for the day. Before we continue, I would just like to confirm that this is Team A. I will show you your warning signs when there are 10, 5, 2 minutes, and 30 seconds, like so. Once the 10-second countdown is up, I will say stop, after which the team must stop talking immediately. Afterwards, a 10-minute Q&A period will follow. I would like to remind you that all the teams must present for a minimum of 15 minutes, and all team members must speak during the presentation, but not necessarily during the Q&A period. Audience members, we ask that you please place your phones on silent mode and remain seated in the room for the duration of the full presentation and Q&A period. I'll now let the judges introduce themselves, and once they are done, you may begin your presentation. Off to you, judges.
Good afternoon and good luck. Rui Lopez from Electa.
Good luck as well, Steph Delegate from CSL.
Audrey Johnson from Electa. Good luck.
Thomas Atchison, Group CH, good luck.
Alex Green from Brother. Good luck. We'll start.
Growing up, my mother always told me it's not just good enough to be at the top of your class, you need to be ahead of your class. Judges, I can't tell you how many extra math problems and history problems and English problems that I did as a third grader, as a fourth grader, as a fifth grader. And I can't lie to you, there were days where I asked myself, is it worth it to do all of this extra work just to stay ahead? At Canada Steamship Lines, you are in that exact same position, asking yourselves whether decarbonizing costs are worth the efforts that you are putting in. My name is Tyler, and with my colleagues Alex, Jorge, and Peter, we are Compass Consulting, guiding you from insight to impact. Today our mandate is to assess whether a green commercial offer is viable within CLS's industrial customer base. The three questions that we ask ourselves to analyze this are: what threshold makes decarbonizing meaningful to customers? What is Canada Steamship's ideal value proposition? And what is Canada Steamship Line's ideal value capture model? Our three-year strategy, Canada Green Ship Line, is a strategy to capture decarbonation value through a green intermodal shipping solution. Our three-phase strategy will bring you 20 new partnerships, reduce your biofuel premium by 2%, and increase your revenue by $20 per metric ton. So now, let's look into how the company works and what the industry looks like, and to do that, pass it to Alex.
Thank you, Tyler. So the very first thing I wanted to do was see if there is market readiness for decarbonated logistics. Now, looking at the current market size for green logistics solutions, it's at 261 billion. That same number will be at 419 billion in the next 4 years. We asked ourselves, what exactly is driving this growth for green logistics solutions? First of all, there's governmental pressures. As part of their overall mission to be net zero for supply chains by 2050, the Government of Canada is aggressively reducing emissions in that sector by 40% in just 4 years. For consumers, they're willing to pay a 9.7% sustainability premium for certain products, and that is affecting corporations next. So corporations are having to adapt to consumer needs and their wants, meaning that they're adopting green solutions for their products, and to do that, they need green logistics solutions. So the point here, and what I want you to take away, is that CSL needs to find a way to capture value within this green logistics market. Now, what exactly are the key challenges for adoption as of right now? The first thing that we noticed was a price mismatch. We know that industrial companies are willing to pay a 10% premium for green logistics solutions, but this is a problem because as of right now, CSL is offering a 12% premium for their solutions. On top of that, CSL is incurring that cost and it's simply unsustainable to keep moving forward. The other key challenge that we identified was the real impact on emissions. We saw in some cases that the impact from marine green solutions for certain companies was as low as 1%, meaning that the incentive for them to join was just not there. So we looked at other supply chains areas and what percentage and where the emissions are mostly coming from. What we identified is the road supply chain solutions are taking up most of the emissions. First of all was trucks, they're taking up 52%, and then rail at 13%, and lastly flight transportation at 9%. Now, what we came away with here is that we need to offer a solution that not only tackles marine logistics emissions, but also other areas, namely trucks and rail. So CSL needs to offer a solution that makes a significant impact on logistics emissions and reduces the premium that companies are having to pay. Next, we look at, once they have adopted this product, they need a way to track their emissions. We looked at the 3 different scopes of emissions. First of all, scope 1 emissions make up 5% of total emissions. These are direct greenhouse gases from sources owned by the organization. Scope 2, these are greenhouse gases, indirect greenhouse gases from the company's purchased products, whether that's electrical resources. And lastly, the scope 3 emissions. These make up 9% of total emissions, for industrial companies, and these are arising from sources that are not controlled by the company. Now, the key here is that we need something to track scope 3 emissions. Why? Scope 3 emissions are the hardest to track. They're not owned by the company, meaning that they have significant, or they have less direct control over them, and very low visibility. And on top of that, companies have a multi-layered supply chain system, as we pointed out beforehand, meaning that they need space where they can track all of these emissions in just one area. And this presents a key opportunity for CSL, and the key here is that CSL needs to implement a comprehensive emissions monitoring solution. Now, to summarize everything that's been said here, let's take a look at our target customers' journeys. Now, these are industrial companies, whether they're in mining, steel, agricultural, and we establish medium to long-term contracts with them. First of all, we know that there's a need to reduce emissions, and we know that they want to reduce their emissions. However, there's 3 key pain points. First of all, as I highlighted, the price. As of right now, CSL offers a 12% biofuel premium, and that needs to be at 10. Secondly, the real impact. In some cases, marine logistics emissions only make up 1% of their total emissions. And lastly, monitoring. Industrial companies need a solid monitoring system to keep track of all their emissions. So the key here is that CSL needs to address its target customers' pain points by, first of all, lowering the price, showing real impact for their emissions, and providing a comprehensive monitoring solution. Now, through this analysis, we've shown you what to do, and now we'll show you how. And for that, I'll pass it to Jorge.
Thank you so much, Alex. So, as Tyler said, I know he has struggled with his homework problems, but once he got the insight that all he needed was getting the right partners who were able to also share the same goals as him, then together they helped each other and reached all together the A+. Your A+ looks like Canada's green ship line. This is our 3-year strategy to capture the decarbonization value through this green intermodal shipping solution. So what we'll do is that we'll walk you through our 3 phases, our 3 pillars, so that together you can reach your goals of creating this intermodal system which will reach your goals more effectively. But now first, let's go into how and who is our criteria for our transportation partners. So what it is first we're going to be partnering with rail and with road companies to create this green shipping corridor. So the reason why this is important for you and the rationale is that because, as my colleague said, right now investing only in the maritime green solution is very low for many customers. But by having a full-on entire route decarbonized, it increases the value proposition that you're offering to your customers. It also ensures a comprehensive solution that will justify all these transportation costs. What will this get you is that now you're going to be a leader in the market. This is very clearly differentiating yourself because you're reaching your sustainability targets more smartly and faster with all these partners. And with this shared infrastructure, you're able to reach these long routes more effectively. So I'll walk you through the 3 steps in order to get these partners. First, we want to engage with the stakeholders, identifying the right partners for you, the ones that share the same sustainable goals as you, and the ones that can define and you can scope and define the metrics and of this corridor, how this will work, where this will go. All of this I'll walk you through exactly how later on, but then once you define and identify these partners for yourself, then you define the structure, in which first starts with you, CLS, providing the maritime products, then going into the rail transfer with partners that have renewable fuels, and then going into the final mile trucking, which partners that have high efficiency trucks, a full decarbonized route. And together you're gonna share resources and R&D support, which will help all of you report the same methods of sustainability goals, consistent emission tracking, which aligns with the metrics that you want to achieve by 5 years or 10 years, and together it's a win-win situation for yourself and for your partners. What you need to start doing for this is, first of all, is onboarding a 3-person success team. This team will understand all your sustainable goals, and we're gonna have a defined criteria for the partners that you want to achieve. The potential ones, the ones that are most optional for you, and they will ensure that the stakeholder meeting goes well, that they understand the structure, and that throughout the process, once you're working together, they work together, ensuring that everything works alongside together. And this can accelerate the investment of your customers, and you can get a better funding for your project. Now that we've defined the network of these partners, who best to explain how it works than my partner, Tyler?
Thanks, Jorge. Let's walk you through phase 2, where you're going to create your intermodal system for the green shipping corridor. The problem right now is that from ship to factory, you're missing that little link that's going to get it into the factory for them. And that's where they're not willing to pay the price. The ship doesn't encompass the entire transport for them. By really leveraging the green shipping corridor, you can provide an all-encompassing solution, whether they use only rail, truck, or both. What you're going to do is create this decarbonized transportation offering, which will allow the customer to get tangible value. What they really want to see is that when they invest in a decarbonized, perhaps more expensive option, they're going to get something that's worth their dollars. And what this can look like is understanding that 40 to 60% of their logistics costs come from the transportation. And so by providing an all-encompassing solution, you are going to make sure that they are really getting tangible value. As well, 22 to 28% of all carbon emissions from your customers are coming from their transportation. By ensuring that they're reducing those emissions in an area where they don't have to think about different types of options, you give them an easy-to-use solution. Now, how does this benefit you? It benefits you by providing a tangibly impactful decarbonizing offering that will entice the customer to come in and join your provider instead of a different provider that perhaps is less expensive but doesn't give them what they're looking for. Now, this end-to-end transportation offering has to make sure that you're using the only decarbonized partners that we've been talking about. So as Jorge said, we're going to use those partners within the trucking and rail freight system to make sure that we're providing an end-to-end solution. Your customers will get priority vessel capacity, ensuring that if they buy into a decarbonized solution, they also get your priority selection, as well as verified emissions reporting on their 1-year contract, which is about the benchmark that you'll see from a trucking and a rail or a freight option. Now, here are the 2 areas that perhaps you are looking into most. The pricing, we're going to go with a 10% pricing premium. As my colleague Alex mentioned in our analysis, that 10% is about the threshold that your customers are willing to pay. So make sure that you give them something that they're willing to pay for and provide the offerings that come with it. As well, in your revenue, you are going to have a travel-based sharing where 98% of the revenue from that 10% premium, as well as the regular cost, will be allocated based on the distance traveled. This is something that we've seen with Myers and their travel-based allocation of revenue, and the extra 2% of that revenue will be given to CSL for being able to consolidate those operations and take care of the monitoring. Now, talk about monitoring, let's go a little bit into that in our phase 3. In phase 3, we're going to establish that monitoring system for your customers and their scope 3 emissions. Let's take a look into what that looks like. What you're going to do is create better understanding for your customers. Ensure that they know what you do, and ensure that they know what they do and how they're affecting the environment and where their compliance is. Now, this monitoring effort will create a track record of success for you, so that when you want to build your customer base, they know what your scope 3 emissions look like and how you, with your decarbonized offering, are truly creating a difference and are worth investing in. Now, 90% of all the carbon emissions, as my colleague Alex mentioned, are coming from scope 3, and they're very difficult to monitor. So ensure that having a monitoring system keeps your customers in the loop about what they're looking for. Now, how does this benefit you? It creates your successful customer relationships in the long term, because you're going to give them an option to understand how their emissions are working now, but also in the future. Let's look at what that's going to look like. In their dashboard, they are going to be able to view and monitor their scope 3 emissions. This is about understanding how their end-to-end transportation is helping the environment and their compliance. But compliance now is not the same as compliance in 2, 3, or 5 years down the road. What you're going to do is make sure that you're offering reporting as well. That is going to help them understand their compliance with new Canadian measures, as well as future trends to help them understand what they have to change in their operations. And finally, you are going to provide regular updates on how your R&D measures are working. What are you working on now that will help them in the future? Give them this 3-step approach to give them the full transparency and help them build their trust in you. This dashboard will be created in-house with a developer partner. This is to ensure that you have full control over your monitoring processes and to really understand what is going on. This is how you will create trust with your partners through our 3-phase approach. Now, let's look into what you're really looking for, and that's our impacts.
Thank you, Tyler. So just how there's an investment in studying, there was an investment for this green ship strategy. So here, looking at the cost breakdown, we have the monitor and the intermodal, which mainly composes of the logistics, and then afterwards the partnerships, which is those 3 partner success team, which comprise of roughly $75,000 a year on average for the 3 of them. Those 3 people is roughly $225,000 a year. So when we're looking at the cost allocation throughout the 3 years, we have $1.5 million for the monitor, $1.8 million for the intermodal, and then roughly $700,000 for the partnerships. Now, you gave us a partner, a customer, who currently is spending we're currently spending $36,000 in fuel for. Now here, afterwards, with that 2% margin change, we reduced that to $30 million, a $6 million change. So here, with our KPIs being the 20 partnerships, the reduction of 2% in biofuel, and the revenue per metric ton of $20. Now Tyler, take us home.
So let's understand some of the risks and mitigations that may come with a strategy like this. The most important one is that you may have partners who do not want to join your sustainability initiative. Understanding that yes, there's a criteria and they perhaps match with your strategy doesn't necessarily mean that they want to partner with you. What we will do is reach out and partner with other firms. There is a growing sense of urgency with sustainability, and there are many partners who are emerging who will be able to help you with your sustainability initiatives. Now, here's what the industrial companies and how their pain points have been solved through our 3-phase strategy. They are concerned about your pricing right now. That 12% premium is too much for their threshold, and by offering that 10% biofuel premium through the decarbonized end-to-end route, you are going to be able to convince them to purchase something that's a little bit more expensive, but worth their dollars. You're also going to create real impact, where the customer understands exactly what they're getting and exactly how they're saving with your strategy. By partnering with your land transportation solutions, you are going to be able to convince your customer that it's not just that 1% that they were seeing, but a bigger portion of their scope emissions, really helping them buy into what you're doing and providing them with the monitoring that they were not getting before. helping them understand their Scope 3 emissions, which are very hard to come by and hard to understand, through a dashboard that will help them now and into the future. So just as a quick rundown of what we went through, our mandate today was to assess whether your decarbonization methods and green commercial offer were viable now and into the long term. Our 3-year strategy, Canada Green Chip Line, was about capturing that decarbonization value with a green intermodal shipping solution. This was about end-to-end, making sure that you're helping your customers from the time that the product enters the ship all the way to when it gets to their factory. We established 20 new partnerships with green companies in the transportation sector, as well as reducing your biofuel premium by 2% and increasing your revenue by $20 per metric ton. So when I look back and I think of whether it was worth it to take all those hours studying, all those different tests as a 3rd grader, I can tell you for sure that it was worth it because I put the time in and I found solutions that helped me really capture those A+ that I was so desperately seeking. Thank you so much for your time. We now open the floor for questions.
Thanks so much for the presentation. A key part of your strategy is establishing those partnerships, and I'd like to see if you've done any sort of landscaping of those partner tiers in the trucking and in the train industry that would be potential partners, and also whether they have intermodal solutions that might be a competitor to what you're proposing.
Great point. I would love to take that. So, first of all, here are some of the potential rail partners and potential truck partners based on the criteria of if, as you said, they have a proven track record, if they have already strong monitoring systems, and if they have the adequate capacity that matches the bulk that you already transport as well as they do, and that because this whole strategy is on the land of the Eastern Canada, that they're around geographically as well located. So these are all partners that are already engaging and rushing into these sustainability initiatives. And also a very good point is that the financing method for this can also be the Federal Green Shipping Canada program, which is exactly for this strategy.
And for the second part of the question, whether they already have intermodal logistics tracking for decarbonization, or whether even logistics brokers might already have that. What's the competition in that space that you're trying to?
One of the main pain points that we saw, and the reason why the Green Chip Line strategy is differentiated from other systems, is that oftentimes these partnerships in intermodal don't happen green to green, where the company is getting sustainable through their end-to-end solution. This is where providing an end-to-end solution gives them tangible impact. If the customer feels like they're getting half of what they pay for, they're not willing to pay for it. It's too expensive, right? That 12% premium. But giving them end-to-end, where it's all green throughout the process, helps you differentiate yourself from the other competition, the other types of monitoring systems that are out there.
I was going to have the same question. How did you come up with customers being willing to accept a 10% premium? Where does that come from?
Yeah, that was, if you can, yeah, so the 10% premium came from Boston Consulting Group. They did a research into this specific industry, and that's exactly what they found, that 10% premium is a threshold that industrial players are willing to pay for green logistics solutions.
So CSL is a small company compared to CN. How would we bring credibility to the table in creating this kind of partnership when it's a mega company, and finding these other big competitors that are willing to come to the table and discuss this?
Absolutely. The big sales pitch for a company as part of our key decision criteria is that they align with your values. You may be a small company, but bigger companies that are looking into the price reduction and are looking to provide the best price may not align with what they're looking for. If you can provide an end-to-end solution where it really aligns and convinces your customer group that they're looking for something sustainable, you are going to be able to capture those decarbonization costs with customers who are looking to stay compliant with the now, but also the future of transportation and sustainability.
I was wondering first, the 3-person success team that you mentioned, could you walk us through a bit more what that looks like, what that is?
Yeah, absolutely. So the 3-person success team, they will be onboarded and equipped with that criteria to finally localize these key partners and providing them the sales pitch of, as Tyler said, the key characteristics that most benefit them align with our sustainability goals, as well as, since you've already been in the maritime sustainable shipping industry way before all these advances into this, you already gather a lot of data, a lot of metrics that you can also, they will be equipped and have the knowledge of to share with these new potential partners. And then once they're onboarded, they will be able to ensure that the whole process stays seamlessly and smoothly ongoing with no key pain points.
Okay. And you kind of hinted at this, but do you have a timeline for this?
Absolutely.
Let's go. There it is.
So for our 3-year strategy, our phase 1 starts with the onboarding of this Green Corridor program. That's what you can start doing tomorrow. Next, the key milestone of this phase is obviously defining the partners and the scopes for this. As you go into phase 2, by year 2, you start building your network and you finish the travel-based sharing model. And then moving on to phase 3, you start the development of this dashboard, of the maritime dashboard, and your key milestone is launching the system with your key partners.
Thank you.
Good work, guys. So if we go from 12 to 10%, but we charge that extra 2% of the revenue, will the customers feel that it's kind of we're just moving the cost around, or does the additional value that you're bringing in kind of justify that extra 2%?
I excuse the misunderstanding there. The extra 2% is from the 10% premium. So let's take the regular price at 10%, and then we're going to allocate that on a 98 and 2%. So the 2% of the 10% will be given to CSL for consolidating those operations and also conducting the monitoring for the end-to-end solution. I apologize for that.
So there's nothing here about us. So I'll recover my cost, which is essentially what you guys are showing, getting me from 12 to 10. There's nothing about growing my revenue stream to maybe take advantage of this or anything. I didn't really feel it, or maybe I missed it, but it didn't really come out in the presentation. So I'll recover my cost to be able to rather go from 12 to 10, but do I not grow my business? Is there no incremental revenue projections, or I could leverage all these partnerships and everything that would grow?
Yeah, absolutely. So currently right now, half your fleet is using the fuel. And so by reducing it from 12 to 10%, we saw the biggest pain point being the margins. Now, conversion-wise, with the customers that currently have that don't want to pay that extra premium of 12%, then we can maybe convert 3 to 5% of those customers into revenue. And so every metric ton would be $20 in revenue increase.
Oh, okay. The other piece is you talked about all the partnerships, and my colleagues here sort of built on that as well. Who owns the end-to-end process though? If someone contracts with me and then I'm subbing out to ground transportation or rail transportation, and the end customer has a problem with either the rail or the ground, which is out of my comfort zone, who owns that? Who are they picking up the phone and calling, and how do we solve that?
That's a great question. This is where having a 3-person success team really helps you, because this is where they can receive any types of complaints, let's just say with a transportation issue, and they're able to distribute it. Yes, it is through a partnership, but it is not fully owned by CSL. What will happen is that any type of complaint, whether it happens on your end or also with perhaps the rail partner or the trucking partner, will have the opportunity, will get the complaint to them, so they can address that component on their own side. This is not about trying to acquire or necessarily merge with them, but really provide partnerships that will provide an end-to-end solution through the transportation.
Okay. I have a follow-up, if I may. So essentially the 2%, you're asking our partners to eat it, right? For the exchange of us managing the intermodal green-to-green interfaces. I don't see anywhere in the financials the costs of us actually being able to support that. is there a green to green API development cost you guys have factored in? And also, where and when do you reach the $20 increase in revenue per metric ton in your projections? Maybe we can go to the financial projections?
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't have those exact numbers as you mentioned. However, with the incremental cost being reduced with the, for example, the partnership over here, with the incremental cost itself being $6 million, there's a lot of wiggle room to invest and recoup that money. So even if we were to invest over $6 million, currently we said the $4 million over the 3 years, even if we were to invest $6 million, get those partnerships, and then invest that $6 million today, you would still be able to recoup that within 1 year.
And just to be clear, that cost of partnership is what?
That cost of partnership was that 2%. And so, yeah, it's just the 2%.
It's CSL's management fee?
It's the, yeah, basically it's that 10%, it's the 2% we're giving to the partners.
And that's on the markup of 10% to the
So
rail?
we would receive 8 and then they would receive 2%.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, delegates. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Axel. I will be your timekeeper for the day. Now, before we continue, I would just like to confirm that this is in fact Team C. I will show you your warning signs when there are 10, 5, 2 minutes, and 30 seconds remaining, like so. And once the 10-second countdown is up, I will say stop, after which the team must stop talking immediately. Afterwards, a 10-minute Q&A period will follow. I would like to remind you that all the teams must present for a minimum of 15 minutes, and all team members must speak during the presentation, but not necessarily during the Q&A period. Audience members, we ask that you please place your phones on silent mode and remain seated in the room for the duration of the full presentation and Q&A period. I'll now let the judges introduce themselves, and once they are done, you may begin your presentation. Off to you, judges.
Good afternoon, I'm Rui Lopez from Electa. Good luck to you.
Good luck as well. My name's Stephanie Nigo from CSL.
I'm Audrey Johnson from Benco. Good luck.
Thomas Ashton, Group CH, good luck.
Alex Green from Melbourne. Good luck.
Thank you. Good afternoon, judges. My name is Nacha, and today I'm joined by my colleagues Nancy, Purse, and Gent. We are Pinnacle partners, and today we're so excited to drive Canada's steamship lines to the pinnacle. To start, our objective today was to enable Canada's steamship lines to capture value from their decarbonization investments. With this objective, we proposed 2 key questions. How can Canada's steamship lines design a green product offering for their existing customers? And what kind of communication message and outreach strategy should they adopt? With these 2 key questions, our recommendations include Break the Tide and Ride the Waves, where you can expect to achieve these incredible impacts. But before we get there, let's start with a situational analysis. Now, we understand that right now, Canada's steamship lines has a very unique positioning. They're strong in reliability, capacity assurance, and competitive pricing. And they're also a green leader without compensation, being a first mover in offering biofuel, vessel efficiency upgrades, and now they're constructing the first fully electric self-unloading vessel. However, they're currently struggling to capture value from these investments. As for the past 7 years, CSL has been absorbing the additional cost of these sustainability initiatives themselves. And despite the increased demand and pressure to go green, shipping customers hesitate to pay the full price. So this begs the question, how should Canada's steamship lines monetize their sustainability offerings? With this, we see that there are 2 key options that CSL can explore. Number 1 is to capture value through a commercial green offer to existing shipping customers. And secondly, is to find an alternative way for CSL to recover, protect, or leverage the value of their decarbonization investments. Let's start by exploring the first option, capturing value through their customers. With this, we decided to first take a look at what gap currently exists between demand and willingness to pay. And we did this by taking a look at the drivers of sustainability investments, or why would our customers want to go green in the first place? We saw that there are 2 key drivers. The first being regulatory compliance, but we see that this is highly volatile, dependent on uncontrollable external factors. For example, the US recently pulled out of the Paris Climate Agreement this year in 2026, making the US industry a lot less pressured to go green. Furthermore, the second driver we identified was a competitive advantage. Our customers might be wanting to go green for supply chain resilience or differentiation downstream in more consumer-facing industries. For example, automotive construction companies are actively seeking low-carbon steel, and steel is a key industry and a key client for CSL. Our conclusion from this analysis is that regulatory compliance should not be solely relied on to generate demand and willingness to pay, and a competitive advantage can be leveraged further for CSL. But would leveraging this be enough to actually stimulate demand and make a commercial green offer viable? To explore this further, we did some external research and found that from a BCG survey of 125 shipping customers, actually many more customers are actually starting to believe that going carbon neutral in their shipping can bring a competitive advantage, with 17% agreeing with the statement completely in 2021 and 22% in 2022, showing growth in this area. And this will directly translate to an increase in willingness to pay that CSL should leverage. Now that we've talked about the customers, let's go ahead and explore alternative methods for CSL to pursue. With this, we thought to ourselves, what are the other ways that CSL can explore? The first way is through external funding, aka trying to capture government subsidies or investor funds, but we found that this is unreliable, volatile, and has a limited impact on efficiency and long-term value. The second way would be to sell carbon credits. This would mean selling to open markets or third parties, but this offers low margins and is highly volatile as well, and is also unlikely to cover the upfront costs of investments alone. So while we believe that these methods can be explored, they should not be used as a standalone strategy to protect or capture value from their decarbonization investments, leaving us with going for the customers. But if there's a clear opportunity here, what's missing in capturing the willingness to pay of these customers? We tried to take a look at where the gaps are from demand to willingness to pay, and we understand that the stages that you'd have to consider would include the customer's needs being triggered, them learning about the product or service, them analyzing whether or not they have the ability to pay, and them analyzing whether or not paying for this additional service would actually be valuable and impactful for their operation. And we saw that Canada Steamship Lines is currently lacking in proving the value perception of their decarbonization offers. So what should they do? They should bridge this value perception gap through communicating two key things. The first being the competitive benefits of going green by communicating the long-term value that decarbonization can have for the clients. And the second is communicating the add-on benefits to lower initial upfront cost barriers with added value benefits that also contribute to competitiveness. With these two levers in mind, I'm so excited to pass it on to my colleague who will tell you more about the strategy.
Thank you, Nacha. Good afternoon again, judges. Before we start with the strategy, I would like to quote one important thing from the management of your company. Decarbonization without value capture is not a sustainable strategy. Right now, if we look actually on your green corridor strategy, it has everything. Data, all the compliance method, all the auditable elements available for the customers. These are the key barriers that customers are looking for in order to adopt more green benefits. These are the barriers that most people are still unable to achieve. However, would that be enough? That was something that we kept discussing throughout our 3 hours. Therefore, we would like to break it down into two main parts that we would be discussing today. Throughout our anchor strategy, we would like to break it into break the tide and ride the waves. With me, Breaking the Tide will design the contract that matches with CSL's current customers and see what add-on values or benefits aside from going green we could offer for them in order to accelerate their willingness to pay or even accelerate their needs to adopt our products further. And second, Ride the Waves, where Pers will talk about the ensure of conversion of customers of executives, decision makers in order for them to convert to us even faster. To start, let's take a look in Breaking the Tide. So these are currently what the green corridor is being offered towards our customers. First is the verified data. You are counting all emissions intensity per ton transported with reliable technology. You also provide auditable emission data for them, measurable impacts with verified emission intensity to be counted. And last is you're providing the contractual benefits, either growing through the priority vessel and deeper logistics integration towards your own network or access towards advanced technologies that you co-created with your other partners. However, when looking into this is actually something that they look as a bare minimum, something they might not want to pay premium for. So I would like to pivot your attention to see what further things that we could look into your main sectors of customers. Right now, there are 4 main sectors of your customers right now, including the construction, steel, energy, and agri-food. Aside from the faster people are adopting, the more benefit of being competitive in being green there are some complications that you have to understand in order to provide them tailored solutions throughout your programs to be communicated throughout the green corridor contracts. To start with construction. Construction people are one of the heaviest industries to provide emission, so they want to have an embodied carbon reduction to meet with their industry standards, which is the LEED. With green material validation, in which this area could drive up to over 40% additional premium value to be purchased by these people in the sector. Second is the steel industry. They want high volume, drop-in solutions with compatibility that do not require them modifications in terms of shipping extensions. For example, other competitors might want them to adopt green solutions, but they do not want to invest more on their side in order to provide technicals or technicality modifications. This is something CSL should also keep in mind. Third is the energy sector. They want low, well-to-wake carbon intensity to meet the SBTI standards, meaning that they want something that might not be drastic changes, but could follow towards the carbon track path towards carbon neutrality based on the agreements that they have made within the industry. With clean fuel use are obliged under the Canada's Clean Fuel Regulation, this is also something you could keep in mind. And last is the agricultural and food sector, where they want green transport credibility to match with sustainable farming practices that are also being pressured under their industry as well, followed by the non-food feedstock of biofuel, for example, non-cooking oil alternatives to be used with the steamships. These information should be kept in mind when designing the contracts for these customers to ensure clean adoption and to be capitalized for additional premiums to be paid. So, let's take a look further on how we could execute this green corridor contract altogether to lock in customers to pay the premium and stay with us for long. Although we find that the green corridor contract are already interesting, here are some ideas that we think would make the contract even better. First, we want to lock in a longer-term contract for adopting the CSL biofuel logistics, for example, a contract period of 10 years. This contract will integrate a premium cost of not being charged upfront, but gradually while they gradually adopt their biofuel transition or biofuel fleets throughout the shippings. Key transition milestones will be mutually agreed within this contract together. With preferred cargo status, we will be applied for people who are signing this contract. We will provide transparent, auditable data like what you're trying to provide them right now, but this will have them be easier for them to adopt in terms of capital intensity. I know that might be a lot. Let me visualize it for you on how this will look. Take a look at Client A, an oil and gas player in Canada, where they have significantly pressured by the regulations and also they want to do it themselves, but they still have limited capabilities in terms of capital infrastructure. So what we're trying to do with this contract term is we are trying to charge per biofuel fleet. So based on the adoption level, for example, for the first quarter of the first year of the contract, adopting 5%, we'll be charging the premium based on the fleets that they are currently transforming towards biofuel under CSL contracts and make a gradual milestone together. So at the end, we could achieve 100% adoption of the all total biofuel fleets that we are trying to use. So this premium pricing decarbonization will be recognized gradually ramped up with an embedded pricing charge per cargo. And also, with the data that I mentioned earlier that each of the customers would be willing to look into in different industries, here are some data that you could also provide and visualize for them in order for them to see clear impacts throughout their ramped up factors to see the clear adoptions further. First is the emissions and environmental impact data that are related towards their regulations. Second is the operational performance data. Third is compliance and reporting standards, and fourth is supply chain technicals and also economic data. For example, the fuel blend, cost analysis, and core point. Data that are used in this visualization could be discussed further in the Q&A. So now we have highlighted the additional values aside from going green towards our customers in CSL. Plus, can you explain how can we drive conversions?
Sure, Nancy. Thank you. So now let's move on to our second strategy, right? So, but before we deep dive into our strategies, let's meet our ICP, governance, supply chains directors at the Tech Resource Limited. So let's see what is the responsibilities of governance. So as you can see, there's a three main things that government needs to be responsible for, which is sourcing, logistics, and doing the risk mitigations. For sourcing, government is the one who needs to negotiate the contracts with the suppliers and ensure that the firms have the cheapest price and the best qualities. Second is the logistics. In this part, government needs to manage the complex logistic chains. He's the one who decides which transport companies to sign with. And last is the risks and mitigations. But as you can see, these roles that government does is about the externals. It's quite heavily on the external decisions. And the key thing is that government is also the one who decides which logistic company to sign which means that government is the one that we need to target with. So, but let's see what government actually wants. So mainly when the supply chain directors looking for the transport companies, they look for two key main things, which is the reliabilities and the competitive prices. So for reliabilities, they look in whether the transport companies have the abilities to provide consistent and timely transports in order to prevent the error that will occur, since the delays can cost a lot of money for these type of companies. And And second is the competitive pricing. They will look which type of the transport companies have the cheapest price. But since in the booklet it stated that CSL want to apply the biofuels programs, which is much expensive than the normal oil, which means that the transportation cost that the government need to charge is significantly increased. But since Nancy already mentioned in the first strategies, we already decided our new green corridor contracts. But the key thing is that how can we provide this message or ensure that these new contracts will reach to the governments. So to do that, we do into two simple steps, which is first do the simple follow-up emails, and once the directors interest, then we will have the direct meeting with them. So for the email, what we're planning to do is that it's in the three simple steps. So first, we will segment our customers in the different groups first. So we know like which informations we should provide for each groups, and then we will draft the email specifically for each clients, and then we will send the email, and we also ensure that by changing the contracts, it is easy and seamless for them to do so. And once the directors already interested in our new green corridor contracts, then we can schedule the meetings with these directors. And when we meeting with them, the thing that we do is that we provide the information for them, which have the two key things, which is the benefits that the clients or the company will get, and second, which is the cost. So for the benefit that they will get, we will try to highlight the environmental impacts for them, and for the cost, we will try to elaborate more about our contracts. And now we're already done with the strategies. I pass the mic to my colleagues to justify more about financials and impact.
Thank you, Chris. Next, we're moving on in terms of the impact and implementations. So first, let's kickstart the implementation timeline. So like what our first strategy have stated. So with this, we estimate that in the first half of 2026, we'll be getting these new sales strategies, which include the new communications and also the new what are the actual and other benefits that we are providing to the clients. Next, within the same time of the first half of 2026 is the time that our current sales team will be reaching out to the decision-making units of that contractor's company, which might include both internals of the current contractors with CSL or external contractors. So aside from that, we have estimated that within the second half of the year of 2026, we'll be getting our first customers. And with that, like what my colleague have said in the first strategies, the time that the first charging rate would reach 100% would be in the year of 2030s. So now, let's take a look in terms of the actual numbers, what we have gained. With this, we have estimated that we'll be gaining up to 26 million in terms of the incremental revenues from this additional biofuel contract within the 5 years, divided by 9 contract gains from our current customers that are transferring into the biofuel customer contract. Aside from that, while that we have currently maintained this new revenue, there might be also additional costs that will incur. But with that, we will see that current CSL would be able to improve its current gross profit margin in terms of the fleet operations by around 6%, right by two key main things. The first one is that the additional 15% charging price. Second one would be the 10% conversion rate of the current customers. And we see that this 10% of the conversion rate would be something that is optimal, since first, the current customer will be gaining more for the carbon emission reductions, and they will also be able to reduce their carbon emission taxes. At the same time, they're gaining carbon emissions in terms of what would be they be able to claim of them of their reliabilities in terms of their transportation methods. So with that, all of our strategies have been implemented. There are two key risks that I would like to highlight. The first one would be that the current risk of changing of prices. We saw that this market was quite competitive in terms of price. So with a little bit changes of price, it might lead to loss of customers. So by that, even though we have our current pricing strategy that we will be charging only up to 10, and then it will be step up tier pricings on our customers, but we can also infuse some others of the risk and some other of the mitigation to this risk. For example, we can mix a certain part of the fuel with the traditional fuel in order to even more decrease more of the price that we are charging on customers. On the other hand, the other risk that we would like to highlight would be the supply chain inconsistency risk, since we saw that the fuel market was also one of the markets that have high volatilities in terms of, for example, there might be economic events that might occur leading to higher price of fuel. So with that, we might need to secure a longer terms in terms of the contract with our biofuel of the suppliers that we are getting. So with all of that stated, we believe that now CSL has been taken a one further step into stepping into the pinnacle. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, delegates. We'll now begin a 10-minute Q&A period.
Can I start maybe on slide 41? I took note on when you were showing the financials. So 41. You talked about an increase, 15% increase in the contract price. So is that above? So already today we recognize that the biofuel is 12% higher. So is this an incremental 15% on top of what the biofuel pricing is?
So it would be from the current price. So we saw that from the case package is starting at 10% rate. So not 10%, 10 Canadian dollars per feet rate. So this would be additional 15% to that 10% per the metric tons.
Okay.
Yeah, can go ahead. So if customers are not necessarily ready to pay 100% right now of the price in 2026, why would they be in 2030? Like, why do we think that that's a good timeline for charging 100% of the price?
Okay, so I'll answer first, if my colleague was like that. So there was two key main factors that would lead to customers' adoptions. So firstly, we have seen a certain pressures in terms of the regulatory, but it's not in closer times. So that would be the first risk. And the second one would be in terms of the carbon tax. We have done the research by the Canadian government. We saw that the current tax in terms of the carbon tax was around 80 Canadian per tons of carbon, but they have forecasted that within the year of 2030, it will increase to around 170 or more than 2 times. So with that pressures, we believe that with this contract, it's after we have do certain calculations, we saw that if they are to adopt this model that we can reduce up to this much of carbon, they will be able to reduce the carbon tax more than the amount that they need to pay by adopting our contract.
To add on to my colleague a little bit, one of the key reasons why that people are not willing to pay right now is because it's very expensive upfront costs, and as it's stated in the booklet, people want to go green, but they just don't want to be the first to go green because of the high cost that they will incur within their industry. However, we believe that with this phased tier level pricing, we can lower the upfront initial barriers to adopting a more expensive shipping contract, and once they are within the contract duration, they can understand the benefits that they'll be able to achieve, such as the carbon tax benefits that my colleague mentioned, and this will lower their hesitance to adopt this kind of contract long term.
I have the same questions. So.
The customer differentiation slide, if you can go to that one. I was just curious about that there.
Sure. What's the question?
I guess it's just when you compare them, is this to have a different offering for each of these? Like, is it just about what kind of data we would provide, or something above and beyond that?
Okay, sure. So to first say, we want CSL to understand that these are the areas that they want to look into the data. For right now, the data that CSL is currently providing is the net emission, but not in specific of how exactly is it working. For example, for agri-food, they want to have clear comparisons of what they're currently doing right now compared to the additional biofuel that they have to invest in. What kind of biofuel are we using with them? Are we transparent enough to disclose that are not non-food biofuels related, because there will be some conflict of interest with those customers within this specific sector. So we want not CSL to design a whole new boat for all different kinds of customers across different sectors, but to disclose different information to provide them with more willingness to pay, for them to be more transparent, to be willing to pay more towards the transparent data that we would like to provide back to them.
So this drives the tool at the dashboard?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have two questions. On slide 12, you show data on willingness to pay. It seemed to indicate the bulk of the market is only willing to pay between 3 and 5%. Why do you think you can get 15%? Sorry, the slide before. Next one. Yeah, the one right after. So between 2 and 3% seems to be, 0.1 and 5% seems to be what most customers are willing to pay. Why do you think you can get 15%?
We understand that right now in the current market landscape, the willingness to pay might be under 15%, but that is precisely why we have a tiered pricing program where it starts at actually 5%, and we can even negotiate with the individual client even further to see what their exact willingness to pay are. However, our recommendation is to use this tiered pricing program so we can target exactly the maximum willingness to pay per customer and eventually bridge that up to what is preferred for us, which is 12 to 15%.
But if I understood correctly, over the contract term, you would get to 15. You just start at 5.
Yes.
But it's pre-programmed in the contract that you get up to 15.
Yes.
So what changes in, when you speak to Gavin and you tell him things he probably already knows, what are you changing in his mindset to make him willing to get to that 15%? That's the part of the strategy I don't get. You've formulated, I guess, some value propositions, and you want to represent them to Gavin. So you're emailing Gavins to try to get them to talk to you, and then you want to pitch something to him. What is it that you're transforming for?
Okay, so let's do it this way. Let's simulate the conversation of how exactly would it go with Gavin. Sure. So to me, if I were to walk up to Gavin, I would say that, okay, a follow-up email. Congratulations, your shipment just made it to, let's say, northern Canada. However, do you know how much maritime impacts towards the biome that you are currently creating right now? You, as a company, let's say you're doing oil and gas, you are the ones who are most responsible towards the largest climate impact right now. We understand that Scope 1 emissions are something that you want to take control over, and we highly respect you in doing that. However, we know that Scope 3, which is something that sounds like a far reach to you, is something complex. Therefore, we are offering all these kinds of tools to help in our side navigate you and do the best on the areas that you feel is still out of reach, out of your control. We will handle all of that and be transparent with you. If you are interested, we have a transition program based on your willingness to pay, based on your appropriate contractual period that you are interested in. We can negotiate this deal together if we want to meet up, let's say, at Dorsia in Montreal.
I would like to add on a bit in terms of the actual numbers. So with that, if the tax was to increase from currently 80 Canadian dollars per metric tons of carbon emissions to 170, right? With this 15% charge rate, our customers, for example, Mr. Gowan, he'll be able to save up to around 2.6 million in terms of Canadian dollars in terms of the total contract that they'll be having. So we see that within that 5 year span time, this will be quite a significant numbers. Aside from this cost saving from the tax, he will also save in terms of the certain data compliance and also the auditing in terms of EAC, in terms of the EAC auditing cost. Since in terms of our first strategies, we would have something that is already packaged and then send it to the Gavin company.
If they're only paying let's say year one, the customer's only going to pay 5% markup, means they're not at 100%. So in return, do they get less biofuel? Meaning their emissions are going to be worse off than if they decided to pay the full 15% markup?
Okay, so like what we have seen from the historical record, right? So we have seen that currently CSL would still be able to bear the cost. So they will be gaining that full benefits. So as like what I have highlighted here, so with this you can see the current, this one is, this camera first, this one is on the actual information benchmarking from the competitor companies. If the model was to gain the actual information, it will be more accurate. So we estimate that the current gross profit margins in terms of the current fleet operation will be around 9%. So with that, this are already bear the cost of the current biofuel that CSL has been intake. So with that, we have seen that within 5 year times, so when they are gaining that current full service, they will expand in terms of the gross profit margin of the company.
So you're seeing it as a transition in like a recoup of costs?
Yeah.
I have a question. The 10% conversion rate of the current contractors, like how did you come up with that number?
So with this, like what we have seen the current, let me go to this. Okay, so first we like what we have seen the current paying that it would be around 3% in the current time. So with that, like what I have stated, I might be repeating this multiple times, but we think that okay, with all the current contractors, aside from the benefits that they are gaining currently, it would be the self-unloadings or other technologies, this biofuel cost, which will save them a lot of money, aside not only on terms of the carbon tax, but like the auditing tax. So we estimate that around 10% of include both external and current internal would be turning the contract from the normal contracting into biofuel contract.
So unfortunately, we have run out of time. Thank you, delegates, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks.